One moment, I am just fixing a thing real quick. Okay. And then okay. And let me just double check that the streams are actually going. Okay, that all looks good. Chat is working. Okay, I do believe in my notes for minimum grabs, last time we had just done level 4. Time for level 5. Oh, right, I need to be paying attention to the checkpoints. Actually, reset checkpoint. Let that visual fade out all the way. Okay. I want to take a screenshot of each checkpoint just so I have a visual comparison. Because in my notes, just writing checkpoint 0, checkpoint 1, checkpoint 2. Like, those don't really have any meaning in my mind. Okay, and then click that. Checkpoint 1 has 1. Grab and hold the door. Then place it on the upcoming button. checkpoint 2. Ah, this one's a little bit interesting. Oh, right. No, you don't want that. Okay, so you want it as far over as... You want to be as back as possible, I think. Alright, how about go all the way into the corner. Okay. Okay, so go all the way into the right corner next to the door. Click, grab the top right corner of the door to clone it. Clone it at just under half size. Jump on the door, then to the lights to get over. Jump on the small door, then to the main door to get over. Okay, checkpoint 3. Is rotate this so that it's maximum size. Oh, damn. I think I might have made that actually a little too big. Huh? Oh, this is actually still part of the same checkpoint? That's interesting. Okay. Grab the alarm clock while as, excuse me, the table as close to it as you can. Move to the back left corner and place it in the, move to the back right corner. And place it in the top left corner, being sure to rotate it to be flush with the wall. Grab the apple. Grab the apple and place a clone above it to cause it to roll away. You can walk and jump into it to help it along. Interesting that this isn't its own checkpoint. Okay, so checkpoint 3 has 2. Checkpoint 4. Okay. Given that this is a physics object, it would be pretty funny if you could just get it to throw itself up there. Okay. Okay, so go to the top of the stairs and position the camera so the main apple is behind the button. Clone the apple so grab the apple so the clone appears on the button. Checkpoint 5. I believe that you want to be... Yes, okay. Position yourself next to the ledge. Look up at the sign such that it is barely behind the ground. Clone it to cause a smaller sign to drop to the floor in front of you. Use this to jump up. Next to the ledge in the right corner. Look up at the sign such that it's barely behind the ground. There we go. Checkpoint 6. Oh, I don't think... Okay. Checkpoint 6 has nothing. Checkpoint 7? Checkpoint 6 is 2 seconds long. I would argue that this last checkpoint does not really need to exist. Okay, so checkpoint 7 is 0. Okay, now I'm removing the checkpoint images. They're taking up way too much space for this formatting. Total for level 5 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Level 6. Checkpoint 0. Okay, it's relaxation room. Oh, is this dollhouse? Yeah. Okay, so checkpoint 0 has nothing. Checkpoint 1. Okay, so you're gonna want to grab this and position it so it's normal size. So that's 1. Then position it so it's big, and that's 2. Okay, so checkpoint 1 has 2. Grab the dollhouse such that when placed, it is a normal-ish sized door, normally sized, such that it is normally sized in scale. Then after you exit, rescale it to be large enough such that you fit through the exit door. And this part's just a walking sim. Okay, so checkpoint 2 has nothing. Checkpoint 3. Pretty sure this is just gonna be 1. Okay, so checkpoint 3, 1. Grab the fan while close to it. Then back up so it's new scale. Then scale it up so as to blow over the Jenga tower. Reset once you hit checkpoint 4. Okay, this is still part of checkpoint 4. Okay. Checkpoint 4. Grab the window while close, then release it while looking up to massively upscale it. It needs to be large enough to pass under the cross beams. It needs to be large enough to allow the player to pass under the cross beams. So checkpoint 4 has 1. Checkpoint 5. No. Checkpoint 4 has 2. I forget. Because you have to grab and then release. Wait a minute. Actually, no. No, this is going to be a twofer. You don't go inside. You do a physics launch. Well, first I need to verify that you can do a physics launch with this object. Because I imagine if there is internal density values, I imagine this is going to be much lower density. Oh. Okay, so you can get a physics launch. The question is, can you get one that's strong enough to go all the way up? Oh, the answer is most definitely yes. So I think it is based on time spent inside the object. So like, because when it was vertical, when it was on its side, there was a lot more distance for me to go up, as opposed to here. So I was getting massively more speed. Come on. Give it to me. Oh, here we go. Oh! Oh, that's very interesting. You're actually too big to fit through this at default size. Very interesting. Okay, can I re-hit this checkpoint? Checkpoint 4? Okay. I'm gonna reload checkpoint 4. I'm curious if upscaling this causes the bouncy house room to also be upscaled. I don't think it's going to because this door isn't upscaled. And this all looks normal. Yeah, no. Hmm. Okay. I'm sorry, what is that? Tiles. Hmm. Oh, it's just alternating rectangles and squares. Okay. Okay, one thing that might be doable. Okay, so if I do that the normal way, it's going to be 1 to grab, 2 to upscale, you go through, 3 to grab, 4 to place in front of the door. I could potentially... Okay, so it would be 4 to grab, upscale, grab, place. I could do grab, release for the physics launch if I was smaller. I could enter the window painting and bring the window through with me to upscale. But that would be an extra grab place. Except... Oh, I didn't hit the checkpoint. Now, I can't bring anything through this door. So I couldn't do shenanigans with the fan. Oh, interesting. Okay, I'm gonna go through this big and take a look at the scale comparison. And then I'll go through this, like, at, like, the minimum size needed. Oh, interesting. This is the same scale. Let's try something else then. Let's take this and make it massive. Where's the door? There's the door. Let's grab this. Give me a bit more viewing space. Huh? Whoa, I don't know why that pushed that off of the edge. I've done this before. Okay, so now the window is much bigger than it has any right to be. No, unfortunately the door is this intended size. Oh, and then you go back through and it's the proper size. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, we are massive. Okay, let's just say, hypothetically, we did go through the window while holding the window. That would be an extra grab. And then place in order to resize while in here. And then it would be a grab place for the physics launch, which is no different than, like, doing this the intended way is 4 grabs. Doing that with the window resize would also be 4 grabs. Now, one idea that could be a thing is if you upscale this such that it is massive, and then you're able to get in there, you actually end up being small enough to leave the vent. Like, you can fit through the propeller blades. But I did some messing around with that, and I don't think... Because you drop off, and then you land up on that ledge. You go across, you can jump over there, but there's no way to get up there. The only way I could see that being feasible is if you rescale this to get small. What I mean, it has to be... The castle has to be bigger than that, so that you can fit through. The only way I see this working is you get small, and then you jump down and somehow are able to, with your tiny frame, displace that enough to get a physics launch. Okay, so I'm gonna leave checkpoint 5 at 4 for now. Grab and resize the bouncy castle so you can fit through the door. Then at the vent, grab and place the castle, bouncy castle, near the exit door. Use the side openings in the vent if you need a better angle. There is potentially some shenanigans that could be done here, but it's not looking too hopeful. I wonder if there's any shenanigans up there. Like anything up on top of those pipes? Although, given that you can't bring the bouncy castle back through here because of door. You also have to be careful not to be too big. Or making sure the bouncy castle door is small enough for you to fit through the exit. Okay. Yeah, I really wish the physics launch just worked. That would have been cool. So actually, you want the castle to be positioned away from the vent so that it appears smaller from that point of view. So like over here in this corner. Okay, so that's 4. There we go. Okay. So grab and resize the bouncy castle so you can fit through the door. I recommend place it near the wall furthest from the vent such that it is smaller from smaller from that perspective. Then at the vent, grab and place the bouncy castle near the exit door, making sure the bouncy castle's door is small enough for you to fit through the exit. Okay. So that's checkpoint 4. No, wait, checkpoint 5. At default size, the exit door is too small to fit through. So a physics launch is non-viable. Right, so you grab place. I guess I think checkpoint 6 is going to just be 4. Because you spend 1 to grab this, and then you place it outside. I don't know if there would be any way to... get over there. Let's just see if it's ridiculously stupid and you can actually just, like, maybe the legs have funky collision. Because I don't anticipate there being a checkpoint in there for me to take advantage of. No, these back ones are actually sloped slightly. Although that looks like a flat 45-degree angle. Okay, let's go ahead and, instead of placing it outside, let's go ahead and place this in the keyhole so the player size will be relatively larger. Actually, no, that might not make the player larger, because if you place it through the keyhole, it goes all the way out here. So it's bigger because it's the same size but further away. And it's like right in the middle of the room. One thing that I could see maybe doing a thing is you drop the door through the keyhole into midair, you drop out and fall faster than it, have the door land on you, and then do a physics launch. Although physics launches so far only send you straight up, and then you would be so small that you would probably hit the ground before you made it all the way over to the door. This might have been a bad positioning. Okay, I'm gonna set this at 4 for now. Grab the smaller door from far away, then move close to the keyhole and place it through. Walk through the portal and grab and resize the house to go through. No, that's not what I want. This is actually a little bit faster than before. I think the door might have gotten a better size. But then again, the door actually made it all the way to the wall, as opposed to getting stopped by these boxes. You know, if you could get a physics launch off of this ramp, if you could get a physics launch off of this, that would definitely be enough height. Or, well, assuming it would throw you all the way up. But based on my current understanding of the physics launches, you have to actually clip inside the object. Oh. Come on. Give it to me. Give me the launch. Okay, so checkpoint 6 is at 4 for now. So that's 2, 4, 8, 12, 13. So level 6 is 13. Okay, checkpoint 0. Excuse me. Okay, so checkpoint 0, still checkpoint 0. 1, 2, 3, 3. 4. Okay. So checkpoint 0 has 4. Checkpoint 1. 1. Then you have to grab this painting. Okay. Okay, so that's... Checkpoint 1 is at 3. Snooze the alarm clock on the chair. Grab and resize the painting to proceed. Now you have to fall through here. But in order for that to work, you have to actually... Oh, that's hilarious. Although that's totally how you... Oh, that's a zero grab way of getting into that door. Okay. So that brings checkpoint 1 to 4. Grab the exit door to knock it down. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, yo? Hang on a second. Oh, is that how that works? If you try to walk through the door while holding an item, it doesn't let you. But... Okay, if I can just... It just... Interesting. Why does it sometimes just let me through? Okay. Grab the exit door to knock it down. Then grab and hold it until you reach the item filter. Move around until it press against the item filter until it forces you to release the door. Oh! That actually pushed the door through. I don't think this is useful for minimum grabs. Especially because there's this thing here. Okay, well that's interesting. Okay, so checkpoint 2. Can I just throw you off? Because I managed to move a lamp doing this. Although, actually, let's go ahead and test if that would even work. Okay, so it might have to be a certain size. Still doing challenge runs? Yeah. Good morning still exist. I still have to find all the collectibles. This is just a more distracting shiny at the moment. Okay, so it is able to like move the floor. Because this particular room, what you're supposed to do is just drop it, and then everything falls down. Should I put minimum grabs in the title? I feel like I should put minimum grabs in the title. Okay. Now, one idea that I had is there's some funky interactions here. I was thinking maybe I could get it to be small and get on the floor, and then I could maybe knock it down. But it looks like in order for it to actually, like, significantly affect the ground, it has to be of a certain size. Because even there, which is slightly bigger than on the table, it's not doing anything. So it looks like that's going to be 1. Grab and resize the stairs such that they cause the floor to collapse when dropped. And by 1, I mean 2. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, 6. Although I'm finding more and more interesting quirks about the game. I found something that might actually help save some grabs previously, because one of the item filters, or actually, there's been 2 item filters so far, that if you just move along it, like, in a certain capacity, it just forces you to drop the item. So, without having to manually release it. Okay, reset checkpoint. Okay, entering the elevator is checkpoint 3. So that could if that can be replicated in previous areas, that could potentially save grabs that would have otherwise been used to just place the item on the ground. Okay, so CPE 3 has 0. Checkpoint 4. do not think that you can make this jump. Yeah, because that one is much closer. Although that wood does stick out slightly. Oh, maybe? With the controller instant acceleration? Well, I guess it's technically not instant acceleration. It's just the speed is directly based on how far you're pushing the analog stick. And you can push the analog stick all the way to the end faster than the acceleration of the D-pad. Oh, that's very close to working. Oh, I think that was my closest attempt. Okay, so that is definitely closer than this. I think it would be possible for me to carry something to this point, so then I could drop it and do a physics launch, but that would be the same number of grabs as just grabbing this. Oh? doesn't stick out there. I don't jump high enough to get over it. Oh. Or maybe it was just on a certain part of it sticks out. No, I'm not getting enough height. Okay. I'm gonna put that as 2. Jump on the life preserver to skip the first die, then use the second die to get up the next step. And then checkpoint 5. Unfortunately, this one is just simple. I could bring that egg with me. Except that's not going to do anything. Okay, so checkpoint 5 is at 2, 3, 4. Grab and place the knight on the button. Grab and place the die to get up the steps. Actually, okay, if this was still in my hand, can I get a physics launch off of you? Or, alternatively, could I just push you close enough to jump? The ceiling is so low here, even if you did get a physics launch, I doubt you could actually do anything with it. Unless you got a physics launch like right here. Come on. Give it to me. One, two. Three, four. And this is another case where these item filters come in useful. So this makes 5. 5. Grab the letter cube. And for some reason, it forces you to drop it. And dropping it is the trigger for moving to the next area. And press against the item filter until it forces you to drop it. Okay, and then checkpoint 6. Oh. They didn't texture the back of that, vent. Into the bug reports notes. Okay, so checkpoint 6 is just 1. Two. Okay, so checkpoint 6 is going to be 3. Alarm clocks X3. Okay. Okay, so level 7 is 4, 8, I guess 10. Oh, just flat 20. Okay, so technically that's done because I already did level 8. I just forgot to take proper notes. Unless... Well, actually, I still need to redo the notes because I don't... Even if my previous notes still exist, I don't have it in checkpoint format. Krita, Krita, you good? You gonna open, please? Krita. Oh no, I'm stupid. Krita was open. It was just open up in a different monitor. Ah well. Okay, well. Checkpoint 0 is gonna be 3. Let's see if we can get this again. Because I believe what I did was something like that. Except better. So you want to start it out as big as you can. Okay. No, I definitely had a different strategy last time. Unfortunately, I did not clip it when I did get it. Oh, maybe? That might be the play. So you want it in the far corner as much as possible. Oh, just slightly too small. Although I don't think you want to set it on the computer, because that's just going to cause it to flip. Actually. Okay. Okay, I think the closest point is right here. Maybe grabbing it at the bottom actually makes it slightly bigger. Okay, so you want to have access to the ceiling. Like that. No. That is not what you want. I can't tell if grabbing it on the bottom has a bigger field of view. Oh, just slightly bigger. Interesting. That's a weird collision. Maybe there? No, that's not gonna work. Close. And I know this works because I've gotten it before. I just need to remember how I did it. I think having access to the ceiling is much more valuable than me standing like another pixel further away. Or actually, no. Because the further away I am, it's increasing by an exponential square, I think. Whereas moving this up slightly, like pointing it into the corner, I guess it's both just methods of changing the distance. No shot. Okay, I'm gonna try grabbing it on the bottom to see if that like tweaks the perspective slightly by a few pixels. If you weren't tilted downward, that might... I think that still would have been slightly too small. Hmm. I'm gonna drink some water. Hmm. I think the last time I did it, I kind of just grabbed it as usual. I just ended up getting a particularly good placement. Because I'm not sure which is a higher increase in scale. Me backing up slightly, or getting closer to the ceiling. I think it might be me backing up slightly, because that increases it in scale along all of the other dimensions. So like doing something like this. That's almost there. Because I think this working is going to come down to like a very small margin of error. Except no, that's not going to work. Because that was in front of this box. It has to be above the box. It has to be against the wall. Because if it's against the box, that's all this depth that's just thrown out the window. I think I want it to be something like that. Something like that, but a little bit bigger. Excuse me? Are you having physics collisions? Are you okay? I think setting it on top of the pallets might be my best bet. That way it's tilted up at a slight angle. So I can maybe make it slightly taller than it actually is. Although, there's still some extra space there that I could be using. Oh, okay, that's close. Maybe I should try to get that angle, but be physically slightly closer, so I could angle it up some. So like that. Almost. Almost. Oh, it's so very close. I'm gonna try being closer. No, No shot. That's... I mean, that's similar. It's super close. Oh, I actually managed to get up onto the porch without freaking out. I just need it to be slightly bigger so I can go through the door. So I think the play is to just set it directly onto the pallets. Because the pallets are the furthest into the wall you can get before you get to the desk. You cannot place things on the desk because then it'll just throw the thing away. So I guess it actually is just coming down to you want to maximize distance. Because the wall is the furthest thing away. The desk is closer than the wall, so I can't use that far corner. Unless I want to do something like that. But this front piece hit the desk, so then it didn't go all the way back to the wall. Yeah, putting things... Like, I could maybe do something above the desk, and that could potentially give me more distance. Like that. But that's bigger. Okay. I guess you can get a physics launch. So maybe set it on the desk in order to get the maximum size and just hope it rolls in a position that lets the... And just hope it rolls in a position that lets it work. I get this to launch and change its orientation? Because it's constantly shaking. Okay, well that's pointing straight up. I don't think that's going to work. Do I need to move a little slower? Oh yeah, because it's based on how long you're in the thing. So actually, diagonal. Okay, so yeah. Right, forgot. It has to be mostly vertical. So, grab, place it above the desk for maximum size. Run over and jump into it to throw it. And hope it lands like this. Except it was not... It was slightly too small. Okay, so I think that's the play. This game makes more sense, but gets more confusing at the same time. Yeah. I love the mechanic because, like, the more you mess with it, like, even though it has absolutely nothing to do with our physical laws, it's just super intuitive. Nope. But then again, my brain also works really well with spatial awareness. So, for me in specific, this game is, like, it makes a lot of sense to me. It works well with my brain. Okay, so there. Come on, give me the launch. You know, if this game had a crouch button, that would solve all of my problems. Oh, no, I think that was... Oh, come on. Oh, just let me in. That's right there. It's not falling in the same way as before. And I do know that this is possible. I've gotten it once before. Maybe it was like angled more to the right? Like that? Oh, come on, just push me through. Luckily, I have the door frame to help me better angle. Okay, let's see what happens if I just put it, like, up directly in the corner. Hmm. I think that's my... I think that was actually smaller. Like I say, I think I do want to be back as far as possible, because I think that is a higher percentage size boost, as opposed to just getting it closer to the ceiling. It could also be that because it gets more sensitive the further away it is, it could be that like individual pixel differences with my initial grab also matter. Oh, come on, rotate. At least give me the physics flip so I can see if the door is big enough. definitely don't want it to lean forward. That makes the opening smaller. This right here is probably the hardest trick in the entire run. It's just so precise, and I don't even know how I got it the first time. I actually got it after I unpaused the game, so it's entirely possible that there is, like, an interaction there. Yo, please, just finish the rotation. Okay, got it. Woo. Maybe if I grab it at an angle, the initial size will be bigger? Come on, flip, launch. Don't be upside down. That's like that's, well, I mean, I guess every position except for flat side up is the worst position. But yeah, I think grabbing it at an angle actually makes it bigger in your perspective, because you have more of it visible as opposed to just straight on. Okay, well, that was too small anyway, because I can't even fit through the door. Come on. Launch. And you're already stuck. Oh! Come on, no. Keep going. Keep going. Let me in. Come on, keep going. Oh. No, keep going. Fling again. No, you're not gonna do it, are you? I guess unfortunately, even if I get good positioning, it seems like a little bit of luck is required. I'm gonna go a little bit further out to see if the computer will actually mess things up. Okay, so yeah, I think the computer did. So you definitely want to be over the computer. Maybe I do something like this instead of being in the corner. Maybe I go all the way up to the corner. No, look at that. Well, no, because I want the back corner to be fully flush against the wall. Let me through. I went through? I went through, I think. Oh, but it was face down. I think it did just shove me through. Okay, I need you to flip again, please. Unfortunate. But did I actually get through? Yeah. If I didn't go back, if I would have came through here, I would have had that. Okay, so that's a good lesson to learn. If I do actually get through, don't go back through the portal. Okay, give me the launch. Oh, no, that is not the angle that I need. Reset to checkpoint. That's not doing anything. It works in the challenge mode. It does not work in the main game. Let's try positioning it at a different angle. Okay, maybe facing the wall isn't the best idea. The thing that I think is the most wild about this mechanic is that the shadows are updating in real time. So whatever they're using to calculate how big and far away it should be, that's all happening as you're manipulating it. Oh, come on, let me through. Oh, come on. I think this is the biggest I've ever gotten it. Do the launch. Give me the launch. Yes. I went through. Okay. There we go. Okay, so that's how you do it. Okay, so... Okay. Grab the building while close to it. Then go to the other room and look back in. Rotate and position the building to be flush with the corner walls. The top of the building should line up with the door frame. The bottom of the building should line up with the computer monitor. You then you run into it from different angles and pray that it gets a physics launch that pushes you through the door. Alternatively, it is possible to get it to be positioned so you can just walk through. However, I can't. However, I don't know how to do that. Okay, now it's time for checkpoint 1. Hooray! The hardest part is done. Now we just have the second hardest part. Okay. I'm gonna go all the way to this far. Okay, I guess I'm not going to the far back corner. Okay, so you grab the box. I'm gonna see if I can get it to just let me through, because it's done that with a couple of these others. Although both of the times that it did that was on the double wide. item filters, I believe. Whatever. Okay, so checkpoint 1 has 2. Grab and place the black box. Checkpoint 2. Oh, okay, checkpoint 2 is 0. Checkpoint 3. Oh, okay, checkpoint 3 is 0. Okay, this... I know this level is more of a cinematic level, but they're giving you a lot of checkpoints. Maybe it's just to prevent backtracking if you somehow get lost. Okay, so checkpoint 5. You grab and place the window cube. And then checkpoint 6. I think that's just the switch. Okay, yeah, checkpoint 6. 1. Light. Flip the light switch. Checkpoint 7. Excuse me. Okay, who's the genius that decided that light switch is 2 words? Because I thought that was 1 word. Okay, checkpoint 7 has 0. Checkpoint 8 also has 0. And checkpoint 9 starts through that door. Oh no, checkpoint 9 starts right here. Interesting. Okay. Now this one is a bit interesting, because if you line up with the seam, it'll bounce you. So if you can stay lined up with the seam, which is easier if you're looking straight down, you can avoid having to use the six grabs used to get across to the intended way. Almost there. Okay, so if you're not... Okay, does... The bounce seems semi-random. But if you're not moving while you bounce, it seems to be somewhat safer. Yeah, it's very precise. I'm gonna see if I can just eyeball it. Nah. It's not just your hitbox. It has to be like the middle of your hitbox. Which luckily we have the cursor to line us up with. Oh, your cursor goes away when you pause buffer. Unfortunate. Or rather, when you pause. So if you try to pause buffer, it's gonna work out less. Nah, controller's gonna be way too precise. Or way too hard to be precise. Right, I forgot. If you're coming up onto a seam, like one of the cross intersections, you can't really hold forward. Yeah, but if you bounce, because if you hold forward, you'll fall. I think you always fall down slightly. So if you're right on the intersection and you hold forward, you'll go down slightly, hit the wall, and then you'll just be fucked. But I think also if you go up too high, which you have little to no control over, you'll just shoot down, and it doesn't matter if you're in the right middle. Like, you'll go down faster than it can push you back up. There we go. Okay, chapter 9, 0. Bounce across the... If you stand slash fall... If you fall onto the seams between the tiles, you will be bounced up. This is quite precise, and if you are not... This is quite precise, and I recommend intention... I recommend... Precise, and I recommend the following setup. Look straight down. Fall into the pit to reset camera position. Use arrow keys to move without affecting the camera. Use arrow keys / D-pad to move without affecting the camera. Look straight down. The floor is closer to your camera, so you have higher because, like, the thing, if you're looking straight down, the thing you're looking at is much bigger in your perspective, so it's easier to keep the cursor lined up. Look straight down. I feel this makes it easier to keep the cursor lined up, as well as makes it so the last couple bounces don't, lack an indicator. If you are approaching a plus intersection, stop holding forward. If you do, you will almost certainly fall. If you bounce too high, which you have little to no control over, the speed of gravity will cause you to fall down too fast to be bounced up again. Checkpoint 10. Checkpoint 10, I believe, is just 2, because you don't actually have to go and grab the cheese. You can just do a physics launch. Oh, I hadn't even noticed this. This number cube only has 0. Although I still don't know, like, other than staying inside objects, I still don't know how to intentionally cause a physics launch. I think it, like, my current theory is it happens if you are inside of an object while you are standing on the object. So then the object can move upward, which pushes you upward, which then in turn pushes it upward. And most of the time, this just launches you all the way to the ceiling. Fortunately for this one in particular, you don't actually have to go through the door. You just have to get close enough to hit the door. Actually, hang on. Okay, no, there's no shot that... I was gonna say maybe from that entrance door you could jump and hit it, but no, there's no shot that you're making that jump. There... Wait, reset to checkpoint. Normally there's a timer. The reset to check... This normally only happens... Like, it normally lacks the timer when you start a new level. But this is still part of level 8. That's very odd. I wonder if internally this is considered a different level, even if how it's displayed to the player is it's part of level 8. It might work better if it's, like, in the middle of rotating, because more diagonals could maybe mean more things for you to stand on. Like, maybe you have to actually be on the edge of the object. Like, on one of the polygons rather than just inside of it. Oh, there you go. Grab and drop the cube on to yourself for a physics launch. You do not need to make it through the door. It is possible to hit the checkpoint trigger as you pass by it. Or rather, going through the door is not mandatory. And then checkpoint 11. Interesting. I'm surprised the door continues to exist. Oh, maybe after you reset to a checkpoint, the timer just doesn't go away. And I'm gonna just look downward so that the kaleidoscope doesn't consume our souls. And by souls, I mean people with sensitive eyes. And then checkpoint 11 has a single grab. And you don't have to release it because it drops you into a loading zone. Wait a second. That didn't actually... Grab the cube and drop into the loading zone for the next... Drop into loading zone for level 9. And then this is just 1. Okay, so... Total... 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so 21 plus 13 plus 10 plus 1 plus 6 plus 13 plus 20 plus 11 plus 1, 96. Any percent utilizes 96 grabs as of the current routing. Although, one thing that I'm curious about, at the end of level 8, the massive alarm clock in the sky, normally you look up and then it changes to 8 o'clock, and then it fades. That time, it didn't change to 8 o'clock. So I wonder if it has... I wonder if it has two... If that loading zone has two triggers. Like, maybe one is falling down, and maybe another is just... bucket. No, not the bucket. I'm wondering if maybe at the very end there's two level transition triggers. One of them is grabbing the cube and dropping down. And maybe another one is if the alarm hits 8 o'clock, it automatically transitions. Actually, if the idea is to grab this at its smallest size, it might be more optimal to grab it as you're falling down. Mm. Oh, if you're rotating... Oh, that makes sense. If you're rotating an object, you're not allowed... I manually released that, by the way. If you're rotating an object, you're not allowed to move the camera. Okay, I'm changing this back down to low. Yeah, that's better. No, because here the time since last checkpoint timer works on a reset. Very interesting. Yeah, there's no shot that you're jumping that. Wait, hang on. Okay, no, you do have to use the physics launch. Okay, so there is the alarm clock down there. I'm going to just wait here for a while and see if anything happens. Okay. Oh, maybe you have to be looking straight up for it to trigger that. Okay, level 1. Okay, so that's 96 grabs as it currently stands. Krita, Krita, let me see Krita. YouTube streaming. Okay, so 25. X. Okay, so level 1 is 21. Level 2 is 13. 10. 1/2. 6. 13. 20. 11. 1. Total is 96 or 46. Superliminal. I'm just doing a little update in Discord. Superliminal minimum grabs any percent. Level 4 has a secret exit that triggers the credits, although I don't think it technically counts as beating the game as far as achievements or unlockables goes. Okay. Okay. Well. Damn, I'm still missing a pawn in this level. Okay. Huh. These two are kind of understanding. It's probably just one of each. But actually, Was that was that the last level where I have a fire alarm? Select level. Alarm, 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 alarm. Yeah, this is the last level I have any alarms. Okay, let's go ahead and update the stream title back. Because I'm not doing minimum grabs at the moment. Wait. Okay, I thought you could see the floor through the trash can. Okay, I actually already went through this area pretty thoroughly. So I'm just gonna do a brief look around. Really surprised there's nothing back here. Like, I don't even think it's... Oh, I already got it. I don't think there was anything back there. I'm sorry, what the heck are you? I think that's a paintbrush. I think that's a paintbrush under the lockers. I hope I didn't get myself turned around. No, I did not. Excuse me? Did I just get a physics launch off of the bed? Yes, I did. I absolutely did not press the jump button when I was landing on the bed. There's only 5 chess pieces left. I feel like the last one's going to be real sneaky. Actually, if I did pull that painting through itself, I would have something that I could build with and stand on. Interesting. I'm still surprised that there's nothing there. Okay, just a fire alarm. There was a chess piece, but I found that. Yeah, sometimes it just pops out of your hand. Everything is nailed, which is funny. Anything on the walls, like it has nails holding it in place. Well, most things. That is missing nails. Or rather, I guess it's some things. Some things have nails. Fire safety achieved. Pull all the fire alarms. That one is sneaky. I also like that they didn't actually hide any of the things in unrealistic places. All the fire extinguishers, all the fire alarms, those are in places that visually look normal, but just due to the level design, some are more hidden than others. That's how you know you're good at making games. Okay. Oh? Oh, that's cute. I love this game. So many small details that they didn't have to add, but it makes it a better experience. I guess I'm missing 2 constellations, 3 chess pieces, and 1 blueprint. Well, potentially 1 blueprint. Yeah, it looks like it's 1 blueprint. Because, like, I don't have any down here yet. And this is forming a perfect grid with 1 in the middle. Okay, yeah, you can definitely just get physics launches on damn near anything, it seems. Interesting. That's very odd. Okay, I have... It appears that there's 15 blueprints, and I have 14 of them. Yeah, 3 by 5, that's 15. You know, in retrospect, I probably should have just kept going and looked for those two. Okay, let's look at the achievements again. Okay, hidden. Speedrun. Vaguely activated achievement. I'm guessing that's going to be find all the Easter eggs, because that's a smiley egg. Polite recognition, find the hidden trophy. Still haven't found that. Hidden. Developer commentary mode. That's going to be easy. That's just another walk through the game while the dev is talking, most likely. But I want to do everything else before then, because if they're explaining, like, game design stuff, I don't want to accidentally get spoiled on things. Okay, so probably Easter eggs, hidden trophy, 30-minute speedrun. Hidden. Oh, well, 3 of these achievements... 3 of the achievements are probably going to be all chess pieces, all constellations, and all blueprints. So really, there's only 1 hidden. Oh, well, that last hidden might be just get all collectibles. So the hidden achievements might just be find all the alls. Although I do find it interesting that these aren't organized by achievement type. Huh. You cannot do scroll wheel. Oh, okay, there's a button for resetting that if you want to do like a fully new fresh file without manually going into your files and deleting it. Let's see what that looks like.
Are you filled with feelings of self-doubt?
No.
Do you find yourself minimizing massive dilemmas, or for allowing the smallest problems to get blown completely out of proportion? At the Pierce Institute, our patent-pending Somnosculpt technology provides safe and effective dream therapy while you rest in the comfort of our flagship clinic. Located right next to the secondary overflow parking lot at the University Medical Centre. Somnosculpt, we'll make your dreams come true.
Where's... Ah, okay, so it starts as soon as you leave that first room. Unfortunately, it only goes to tenths. Speedrun timers... at least 2 decimal places is my personal preference. Like, fully, I would go to thousandths, but at least hundredths. It would be cool if it, like, did internal splits on each of the checkpoints. Now, I don't have enough time to do a full speed run. I'm just curious as to what the timer actually looks like after you clear a level. I'm anticipating, like, it has to be in one continuous run. Although I'm curious if it actually, like, shows the splits of the previous levels, or if it's just one timer for the full run. Okay, so the timer does not pause at the start of each level, so it's go, go, go. I was anticipating that it might... Okay, so it pauses when you pause. I was anticipating the timer might pause until you initially leave the bedroom. Okay. Okay, I did all of challenge mode. I did the achievements related to that. Okay, so I have the main collectibles, the more hidden Easter eggs, and then a hidden trophy. That's funny. Oh, now that I have them all, do the fire alarms look any different? No, no, they don't. You can't duplicate the pre-grabbed ones. I drag it all the way out? Oh. Come on. Hey. Nice. You. There you are. Nice. Okay, there's probably not going to be anything else up there because... Oh, they already did the puzzle. But that was a good puzzle. Well, actually... With cloning, you can just do this. So actually... Let's just... Let's just put that there. Okay. Well, as long as it stays stable. As long as it stays stable... You can just... Actually, wait, was the select level clone? Okay, no, there's no blueprints, so that chess piece was the last thing. Okay, so 2 more chess pieces, 2 more constellations, 1 more blueprint. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Okay. I need to 509. What does my schedule say? Okay, schedule says 520, so I will keep going.
Years ago,
A constellation room. Which basically just means look around hidden corners. Oh, wait. Aw. I was hoping that the chimney was going to be an alternate entrance. The chimney being an alternate entrance would have been really good. Smudge. Wait a second. Maybe it wants you to go backward after you... Can you throw yourself away? I doubt it, because once that chair gets too tall... But yo, if they actually, like, maybe they put it in the vending machine slot, like, that would be really cool. Okay, let's go ahead and make this even bigger. Oh, is there... Did I reach the maximum size? Oh, I think I'm capped by the... I think I'm capped by the ceiling. Although I don't think any of the special rooms are... Glenn Pierce. Wake up. Wake up. From Edinburgh to Wake Up. Flight 283. I don't think any of the specialty rooms appear in scalable rooms. Although, no, I can't take the radio back with me. Although they do give me something that I can use to climb. Fuck. Okay, that's good. Crap. They've given me a means of ascension, and then immediately take it away. So that makes me think that there is a use for this. Like, there's a pipe right there. Fuck. Okay, that's 519. I'm going to have to head out. Farewell, have good days. We will solve the mysteries another day.